My apologies for the technical error. We are good to go.
Good morning once again, everyone, and welcome to the West Grey Council meeting of June 7th, 2022. We do apologize. We did just have a technical issue. It has now been resolved. On item number 1, I am calling the meeting to order. We have all members of council present. There is a quorum. At this time, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, could you please provide the features of today's meeting?
Thank you, and through you, if at any point you get disconnected, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 891-5626-2480. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands physically to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance for the duration of the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, and I will attempt to assist you. For members of the public, it should be noted that any public comments, if any, must be done through the Zoom meeting platform and cannot be done through YouTube at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I would like to remind everyone that today we are using the revised agenda, as we did have some addendums to the main agenda. On item number 2, moment of reflection, if you would be so kind as to take a quiet pause. Thank you. Item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, is there anything to declare at this time? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've submitted to the clerk a pecuniary interest on 11.1.1, purchase of property Wilson, because I've done business with Mr. Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. So noted. 11.1.1. Thank you. Is there anyone else at this time? Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer Hewlett.
If I may, just to mitigate the audio feedback, Councillor Townsend, I believe you're logged into Zoom on the back end. If you just mute your laptop volume, that will stop the feedback. Perfect.
Thank you very much. Members of council, is there anything to declare at this time? See none. Thank you. Oh, yes. Councillor Hutchinson, please. Thank you.
Yes, I have. I'm declaring interest in the staff report 11.1.2 on the basis that I own property which abuts the lands which would or would not benefit me from the approvals being sought. And I have given a copy to our clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. That is on 11.1.2. Any other member of council have anything to declare? Thank you. We will now move on to item number 4, and that is delegations and presentations. For this particular agenda, there is no delegation or presentation. Item 5, public meetings. That is an NA for this particular agenda. We are now on item number 6, comment period. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, comments may be made to council with respect to a specific agenda item. A maximum of 2 minutes per person is allotted for comments, with a maximum of 10 minutes in total for the comment period. At this time, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, could you please assist with determining whether there's anyone that wishes to participate in this item?
Through you, as mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, public participation, if any, must be done through the Zoom meeting platform and cannot be done through YouTube at this time. For members of the public who have joined us via phone line, via Zoom, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and that will let us know you would like to speak. Alternatively, if your hand has been raised in error, you can press *9 again to lower your hand. The second option, for members of the public who have logged in remotely on Zoom using a mobile device, you can either send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, either stating that you would like to speak or what you would like read into the record on your behalf. Otherwise, you can raise your hand, which is typically located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, for either a blue or yellow hand icon dependent on your device, typically under the More Reactions option. The other option, for members of the public who have joined us physically in council chambers, you can raise your hand physically. Thank you. Just taking a quick review of the online dashboard, Mayor Robinson, I'm not seeing any members wishing to speak who have joined us via Zoom. However, I believe there is one member of the public in council chambers who would like to speak at this time.
Thank you. Yes, that is correct. I have indication. Good morning. If you could Go to, actually, we have a microphone for you. Where would that be located? At Madam CIO's desk. Thank you. And could you state your name and the item? Tom, it's wonderful to see you. Please, it's just over by Madam CIO. Thank you. And good morning, Margaret, as well. Please go ahead, Tom.
Okay, thank you. We're representing, we have the property adjacent to this 11.1, and we're firmly opposed to any sale of that road allowance. There's a number of problems that we can see that would really impact us, one of which is drainage. I understand there's a plan in the future to do something for drainage. Second would be, should this be sold to a private person, where would the snow plow deposit when they clear our road? Has there been any environmental study as to what the effects would be? And there should be. What's the purpose of selling it? It's large enough, if I'm correct, to build on, and I certainly don't want a house built on that road allowance. What about the Saugeen Valley? The number of trees that would have to be removed if a road were to be extended? What's that going to do to the lands in behind, which drops off severely? So I just don't see any purpose in selling it. You'd have to move a hydro pole. You'd have to do something with a fire hydrant. I think it would definitely impact the value of my property. So now we had conversation with Fern Nutbrown, who is on the other side of the street. She's unable to attend due to health reasons, but she's of the same opinion that we don't want to see that road allowance go into private hands. And that's basically what we have to say.
Well, thank you very much, Tom Lathan and Margaret Lathan, for both being in attendance. We do have the item coming up, so there would be an opportunity to have some of those questions answered as well. But your comments are certainly registered. And I want to say very much that we appreciate you attending here in person to provide your comments. I do note, however, that Clerk Scharbeck has had her hand up, so I invite Clerk Scharbeck to speak, please. Thank you. So there will be, the item is coming up, so we'll have the information addressed, and there's also an opportunity to dialogue with staff as well. But thank you very much for being here. I'm not seeing anyone else. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak? Seeing none. Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, is there anyone online at this time?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, at this time, I'm not seeing any members of the public wishing to speak.
Thank you for that. We will then move on to item number 7, which is unfinished business. For this particular agenda, it is an NA. Item number 8 now, adoption of minutes. 8.1, May 16th, 2022, public meeting. Is there any questions on this particular set of minutes on this particular agenda? Thank you. And I'm just looking for a second time because the screen tends to give a bit of a shadow. So I'm just looking extra hard to see if there's anyone. Okay, I'm now going to move on to 8.2, May 17, 2022, council meeting minutes. Any comments or questions or concerns? Seeing none, Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that the minutes of the public meeting of May 16th, 2022 and regular council meeting of May 17th, 2022 are hereby approved as circulated.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor. Any questions on the motion at hand? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Motion is carried. Item number 9, a committee and board reports. 9.1, West Grade Public Library Board, March 9, 2022 minutes. Questions or comments with regard to these minutes? Councillor Herger.
I just have a quick question, maybe through our CAO, about where we are with the climate action, what the next steps are.
Oh, excuse me. We're just on the library
first
minutes,
one.
and then I'll call upon you. Thank you. On the West Grey Public Library Board minutes, any comments? Thank you. Now we'll move on to 9.2, Climate Action Advisory Committee, May 12, 2022 minutes. Over to you, Councillor Herger.
Thank you. So just looking for an update from maybe our CAO about after these minutes, what would be the next steps for the Climate Action Committee?
Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Councillor Herger. Through you, Mayor Robinson. The Climate Action Committee had a meeting at the end of May to review some of their priorities in accordance to the mandate that Council has approved. I've just received those minutes last night, so you'll see those coming forward. There's 3 areas of focus that they're looking at. Another development is the position, the Environment and Capital Projects Officer position will be posted public later today. So that recruitment is started for the September hire. That position is going to be instrumental in moving this portfolio forward. And a public service announcement, our public survey for the Climate Action Plan was released yesterday, and it's open until June 24th. So everybody log on and take the survey. So lots going on with that initiative.
Thank you. And Madam CIO, did you want to speak on the carbon footprint workshop at all?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, the carbon footprint calculator workshop has been set for June 28th. All of council is invited to participate on the panel. There will be a couple of community members as well. We just need to reach out to them to confirm their availability. Staff are meeting with the facilitator, Odette Barnicki, on Thursday to work out, what the workshop's going to look like, and more information will come. But the promotion is going to begin very soon. The library is partnering with us to help promote these initiatives at the Herb Fair. So another shout out, June 11th, the Horticultural Society's Herb Fair. So lots going on. I'm looking forward to the workshop. There's an opportunity for the community to take the calculator test in the beginning, before the workshop, and then sort of walk through what you've learned and actions that you can take to be more green. So lots in the future.
Thank you, Madam CIO. Any further questions? Thank you very much. Over to you, Clerk Scharbeck, for the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Herger. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Questions on the motion at hand? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. We're now moving on to item number 10, correspondence. 10.1, item requiring action. 10.1.1, Alex Ruff, MP, Bruce Gray Owen Sound, Platinum Jubilee, letter to municipalities. At this time, members of council, how do you wish to address this item? Councillor Townsend.
Yes, first of all, I have a question regarding whether or not this is one per municipality or whether it is one for the county, or how is it being addressed? Do we have any clarification on that?
Madam Clerk, any, or Madam CAO? Would you mind just using your mic? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I have nothing further than the correspondence in the package.
All right, that's the information we have. Anything further on? All right, I will go to Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Well, this is a great opportunity and one that would require some dialogue with council. And because we'd be discussing identifiable individuals, it would make sense, I think, to have that as a closed session item. And then, we would announce the individual in public, of course. But so through you to our clerk, I'm just wondering if that would be an appropriate format to have that discussion as council. And if that's the case, if that's something that could be, when we could do that, given that the deadline is at the end of June. So I guess it's a procedural question. Is this appropriate for closed session discussion? Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Through you, Mayor, that's a good question, Councillor Hamilton. It depends on how council would like to proceed with nominations. It's a pretty short time frame, but we could do a call out for nominations from the community. Is that what you're thinking? and then bring all nominations, whether it's from a council member or from a community member, to a closed session, come out of closed session and report out with a name to nominate, because we do have to have it to the constituency office by June 30th, but that would allow a decision at the June 21st meeting.
Yes. Back to you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Clerk. That's exactly the clarity I was looking for. And so if I may, through you, Mayor Robinson, to our CEO, is staff able to turn that communication around to the community? That's such a quick turnaround, isn't it? How could we facilitate this?
Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. You're right, that is a quick turnaround. However, I mean, social media has been pretty effective for us lately, and I think, that would be our most efficient way of getting it out there. We can rely on our media partners to share this as well, opportunities for the community. And of course, if anybody listening today has ideas, or council members, we can bring that forward. I will solicit options from staff as well. So we may get a few good names.
Councillor Hamilton.
So
And
then
then Councillor Hutchinson.
I would make a motion that council hereby directs staff to promote the opportunity, and that this item be considered or deferred to the next council meeting. I think the clerk might have better language than that, but that's the intention. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Certainly. We'll just take a pause so the Madam Clerk could prepare the motion, confirm back with you whether the language is appropriate, and I'll be looking for a seconder at that time.
So I'm under Councillor Hamilton, through Mayor Robinson, that council hereby directs that staff proceed with a public request for nominations for a public Jubilee nominee. Via the municipal website and social media, to be considered by council at the June 21st council meeting.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, thank you. And just to clarify, it's the Platinum Jubilee. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind reading it over again when you're prepared, please?
Through you, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that council hereby directs that staff proceed with a public request for nominations for a Platinum Jubilee nominee via the municipal website and social media, to be considered by council at the June 21st, 2022 council meeting.
Councillor Hamilton.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson. And any questions with regard to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Item number 10, which is items for information, 10.1.
I wanted
Yes.
to make a comment. It wasn't necessarily it goes back to Councillor Townsend's question. I just wanted to make a comment about that motion we just had, if I may.
Certainly,
Yeah,
yes,
it wasn't
please.
really a question, but just looking at the letter, I just point of clarification. So Councillor Townsend asked about whether it would be more than one recognition person recognized. It says in paragraph 2, I'll be recognizing some outstanding constituents. And then it goes on to say, we're recognizing select constituents with a commemorative Platinum Jubilee coin. Down the bottom paragraph, it talks about should you have any question regarding how to nominate a deserving individual for this honor. So I was going to make a suggestion that we make a phone call just to we clarify that so that we know that we can only nominate one, but it sounds like there's more than one person is going to be recognized within the constituent. So that's the way I read that. But again, maybe a phone call would help clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchinson, for pointing that out. Very much appreciated and so noted. So we're now going to move on to 10.2 items for information. 10.2.1 Town of the Blue Mountains Regional Board for Physician Recruitment and Retention. We do have a recommendation. Over to you, Clerk Scharbeck.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council hereby receives all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with.
Will there be a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Questions? Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was an invite to attend a meeting on May 26th, and I'm just wondering whether any member from West Grey went, and if so, how did the discussion go and what the results of that meeting were? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam CAO, please.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Townsend, and through you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Townsend, I connected the Durham Hospital Foundation, this group, so I'm not aware if she was able to make the meeting or not, but they do have her on the correspondence list.
Councillor Shea.
Thank you. And I did speak with Anne-Marie Watson about this, and she indicated that there is a growing trend for municipalities to play a lead role in doctor recruitment regionally and provincially. And so I'm just thinking that we should be preparing ourselves to play a larger role in the future, possibly through budget or possibly through staff resources. So just something to think about coming up for next year's budget cycle. Thank you.
Any further comments with regard to this? We do have a motion on the floor. Does anybody need the motion read again? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. The motion is carried. We're now moving on to item 11, staff reports. 11.1, Manager of Planning and Development. 11.1.1, Request for Purchase of Property, Wilson. This is where Councillor Stephen Townsend had declared a conflict of interest. So at this time, Clerk Scharbeck, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that council receives Planner Spencer's report and that council hereby declares the identified unopened road allowance south of Road 21 and baseline surplus to the needs of the municipality, and that council directs staff to proceed with the disposition of lands pursuant to the municipality's land disposal bylaw.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor. At this time, I'm wondering if the Manager of Planning and Development, Planner Spencer, could provide some information. We did have a comment on this during the comment period, and that I will also ask if members of council have any questions. So Planner Spencer, would you be able to provide comment back on, it was Tom Latham and Tom and Margaret Latham's comments. Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up?
Yes. Yeah, it was there. 11.1.2. Just thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm referring to, rather for clarification, 11.1.2. Thank you. But on 11.1.1, request for purchase of property, Planner Spencer, could you provide some information on this? And I will ask if there's any questions from members of council. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, just a point of clarification, the delegation did not refer to this request from Mr. Steve Wilson. This is related to another request that's further on in the agenda. So I just want to be clear with council that that is clarified at this point, if I may. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much. I did clarify that. We did have a clarification from the deputy, but it is very much appreciated that you are clarifying it. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. A request was provided to council to request the purchase of an unopened road allowance, which is south of Road 21 and Baseline. The lands were recently purchased by the applicant. The request for the property coming from the applicant. A single detached dwelling unit exists on the subject lands. However, the property does not have frontage on an opened and maintained road. So the parcel requesting the purchase of the unopened and unmaintained portion of the road owns property municipally identified as 232615 Concession 2 west of the Garifrex Road. The property is legally identified as Concession 13, Part Lot 31 in the geographic township of Normanby. The subject lands are designated agricultural and hazard under the county official plan, and Schedule C does identify a natural heritage core on the subject lands. Appendix B further denotes that the lands contain significant woodlands. The subject lands are zoned natural environment and A1 agricultural. And based on the information provided, a single detached dwelling does exist on the subject lands, which requires some updating. The reason for the request relates to provision 6.10 of the zoning bylaw, requiring frontage on a public street of the zoning bylaw, which states as follows, that no person shall erect any building or structure or use any lot in any zone unless the lot upon which such building or structure is to be erected fronts upon and has direct access to an improved public street, open and maintained on a year-round basis. This specific property does not have those allocations, and therefore any further redevelopment and the ability to issue a building permit on this particular property would not be permitted under the zoning bylaw. The request for this requires that this is stated that the purchase of that lands would be sold. If council chooses to do so, that would give them open and maintained frontage, therefore negating the need to enter into a non-service agreement, which I believe is the next topic of discussion related to our request. The recommendation is that council does declare this as surplus to the needs of the municipality. As stated in the planning report, there is no anticipation that the further portions of that unopened and unmaintained road would be required for this purpose and could not be accessed from the other side. The potential for this purchase is that it would allow this continued development of the property in a reasonable manner. However, there are natural heritage features that exist on that roadway that would make it imperative that the municipality may have some pending needs if they were to choose to develop that road in future. And at this point in time, it doesn't seem feasible with the current natural heritage perspectives under the provincial policy statement. I'm very happy to consider any questions further and provide further clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Planner Spencer, and we do appreciate the information that is relating to this item, as well as the very comprehensive report. Questions from members of council? I'm just looking to my left at this time. I'm now looking to my right, and there is Councillor Hutchinson, followed by Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I think just like a point of clarification, under the dimensions, it's got 600 feet by 66 feet, which equates to 9.8 acres. But I believe my property is 500 feet by 100 feet, and I'm about 1 acre. So I think that should be 0.98 acres instead of 9.8 acres. Is that correct, Planner?
Over to you, Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I can do some calculations to clarify that that is correct.
Yeah, less than 1 acre. Thank you. I just wanted to point that out. It's a typo.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I think I understand that this road allowance isn't of any benefit to a municipality, and perhaps should this be sold to this owner, the owner could then use that to create a driveway to their property. Is that the potential of the sale of this land? Thank you.
Thank you. Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. This would essentially become a lot addition. They would own the land, so that would provide them with frontage to be able to clarify themselves as having opened and maintained frontage on a municipal road. So in layman's terms, you could consider it as a lot addition at this point in time.
Anything further?
Nope, that helps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Seeing none. Does anybody need the motion read again? All right. All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Motion is carried, recognizing that Councillor Townsend did not vote. We are now moving on to 11.1.2, request for purchase of municipal property, Anderson Douglas. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that council receives Planner Spencer's report and that council does not declare the land surplus to the needs of the municipality, that council supports a zoning bylaw amendment to permit development on the subject lands provided a non-service agreement is registered on title, and that development be subject to certain conditions, and that council directs staff to advise of the zoning process to the interested party.
Thank you. This is the item that Councillor Hutchinson has declared a conflict of interest. And at this time, is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, you have a question, please.
As I read this, it says that council does not declare the land surplus to the needs of the municipality. So we would just keep it. Then the next one says that council supports a zoning bylaw amendment to permit development on the subject lands provided a non-service agreement. It seems to be a bit conflicting. If I could just ask the planner for clarity.
Planner Spencer, please respond to the inquiry.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The reason for the request for a zoning bylaw amendment would be to permit development on the landlocked parcel as stated in the planning report. So the non-service agreement would have the interested individual would have to take responsibility for the complete access to their property for fire and emergency services. They would not have garbage pickup at what would be considered, if the road was open, the end of their driveway, things of that nature. So it removes the liability from the municipality. The lands are not sold, but the individual does end up having access to the property to permit development through the zoning bylaw amendment and the non-service agreement process. I'm happy to clarify further if there's further information required. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hergert.
Yes, is the zoning bylaw amendment a second meeting that we have? Or this is it, where we say the council supports a zoning bylaw amendment to permit development?
Planner Spencer.
No, thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. So I understand the confusion. So, but council supports versus the surplus, the declaration of surplus of the lands, that they would support a zoning bylaw amendment application to come forward. That has not been before council and requires a public meeting under the Planning Act and also notice in advance and the notice of appeal period that follows. But rather than declare the land surplus, they would support rather the zoning bylaw amendment and the non-service agreement registered on title. There are some issues, as previously stated through the delegation, that I would clarify as well. There is a hydro pole, there is a fire hydrant, and there are concerns relative to snow removal if this was to be purchased by a private individual versus the municipality.
Councillor Hergert, I just want to say, I want to give a seconder, if it will be a seconder for any other discussion, so that we could have it, any questions of council further. And I did note that you had some questions answered. I see that there may be further questions, and that's just fine. We also had a citizen who had comments that we would like addressed through our planner. At this time, Clerk Sharbuck, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if, before it's seconded and we need to amend anything, if I could tidy up the wording to make it a little bit clearer in this resolution. So that council receives Planner Spencer's report. And if we don't need to say we're not declaring it surplus, we'll just remove that so it's clear. And that perhaps that council supports a zoning bylaw amendment application being brought forward for consideration to permit development on the subject lands, provided a non-service agreement is registered on title. Is that cleared up, that this isn't approving any zoning, it's just you would encourage an application to come forward for that?
So that would be Councillor Townsend that moved it, and I would have to confer with Councillor Townsend if he likes the language.
I'm fine with that, thank you.
Thank you. So I would at this time look for a seconder, and then we would have the planner provide more information. Councillor Hergert, are you seconding the motion?
At this time I am, and I do appreciate the clarity of the motion.
Thank you very much. Okay, I very much would like the planner to provide a response to our citizens that were here that had comments earlier on in the agenda with regard to this item. But first, I want to go back to Councillor Hergert, if you had any additional questions at this time.
Just through you to the planner, if we could just have the additional clarity. I think we've got the clarity in the wording now, but the zoning bylaw amendment would be a whole separate process, and that would be related to additions or development of the property and so on. This motion as it is we're keeping the property, and that we would see an application for zoning bylaw amendment, but nothing to approve it right now. We're just making them two distinct items that we vote on.
Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hergert, you are correct. So it would be a completely separate process. The only recommendation that is relevant to this point in time is whether council does or does not declare the land surplus. So the separate application through the Planning Act for a zoning amendment and the non-service agreement registered on title would be a separate process.
Thank you. Okay, I do want to go to Planner Spencer first to provide a response to our citizens that Tom Lathan, who provide comment, but also questions with regard to this item. So over to you, Planner Spencer, please. And then I will entertain questions from council.
And thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So the applicant did request the purchase of an unopened road allowance, and they are the owner of the lands south of the road allowance that are completely landlocked without open and maintained frontage. It is the desire of the applicant to purchase the road allowance to obtain frontage on the open and maintained portion of Arthur Street. These lands are designated as primary settlement area within Schedule A of the county plan, and Appendix B of the county plan also identifies significant woodlands on the property. The municipality of West Grey official plan designates the lands in residential and entirely containing a regulated area within the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. That would equate to the ability for any application coming forward under the Planning Act, not only through a building permit process, but prior to that with a zoning amendment process, the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority would have to have comment, and an application for permit would be required from them. The lands are zoned currently R1B. However, with section provision 6.10 of the zoning bylaw, there is no ability for the chief building official to provide a permit to them at this point in time without open and maintained frontage. The zoning bylaw amendment would be specific to provide that development could occur on the property. This is not to enter into the sale of the property. Rather, they would be required to enter into what we call a non-service agreement, which requires that they assume responsibility and liability for their ability to have access to their property, which means the winter maintenance, the ability for them to have fire and emergency services. That will also have an impact undoubtedly on other components of their build. Essentially, at this point in time, it was identified by staff in consultation with Public Works and the chief building official that there is some constraints to the property for the opening of that roadway or the sale of that roadway. So essentially at this point in time, there are fire and emergency services with the hydrant. There is obviously a hydro pole there as well. And there's just too many factors that do not necessarily make it in the best interest of the municipality per my recommendation for that portion of the lands to be sold. This would allow this individual to develop the property as they see fit, obviously within accordance to certain conditions. There's also permission that would be required from the County of Grey with respect to the forest management bylaw relative to the number of trees that are on the property at this point in time. There are also many considerations under the building code that would have to be met in order for the proper servicing to be provided to the property. So at this point in time, I'm happy to provide further clarification as required and provide further information as you see fit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the response to the inquiries. Members of council now, are there any questions? And I'm looking to my right, Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Hamilton at this time.
Hey, thank you, Mayor Robinson. And a couple questions through you to the planner. One is you had mentioned the county forestry. So I really like myself to have a better understanding. I'd like to know kind of, I don't know if we can get the report prior to making decisions on this. I am concerned about the fire and EMS, so I'd like some additional information on that because I don't quite understand if there's, if there's emergency services required in there, how is that going to get serviced? The other thing that is concerning to me is I believe I just understand there's wetlands. Obviously, again, with the conservation, I think if we've made a decision on this, we would put pressure on the conservation that it's been, in theory, supported by council, where I'd rather have the consultation done with the SVCA and then they give us, yes, it can be done. I think that's a little different or better approach on this particular situation there. So I like personally to defer this when we get to it. I'm going to let some more conversation go. And there's some other items, obviously the snow removal, that looks like to me like there should be a staff report on that. So there's quite a few things here that are unknown. And for me to make a conscientious decision on this matter, I think there's several things that should come before us. Thank you.
Planner Spencer, do you have a response to the comments and inquiry?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Essentially, this becomes their laneway access. So it would be no different than a farm parcel that has to maintain their maintenance for, particularly through the winter. That snow removal has to be maintained to provide safe access to the property. Next to the further question with regard to consultation with the SVCA, the zoning amendment process needs to be passed before development could be approved, and that would be the opportunity for consultation with the SVCA relative to whether or not development needs to be within a defined building envelope where their permits can be. Do understand the topography of this property is somewhat difficult. In essence to that as well, with respect to the county forestry management bylaw, the comments from the County of Grey Planning Department will only refer to their reference for the applicant to contact them directly with respect to tree removal. There is no identified wetland on the property. It's the adjacent lands of a flooding hazard. So there's certain counterintuitive message that would be taken care of if this property had open and maintained frontage on the municipal roadway. They would simply go to the SVCA and obtain a permit, which would require certain measures from them to be continued with. So all of the concerns are addressed through the zoning amendment process. I do understand the concerns of council, and if you wish to defer and have the applicant proceed with the zoning amendment, that's also supported by staff in terms of a recommendation. So thank you, and I can clarify further.
Deputy Mayor, anything further?
Just a quick follow-up. Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor, to Planner Spencer. Okay, so just so I'm clear, so is it better for the applicant to do some of this homework first? Or like what is the least financial impact, if you will? Because if we go down and there's all the work's put into it, they're spending money to do the various steps that are involved, only to find out that it may not be suitable. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is there a better way to get some consultation prior to going to the zoning amendment, or are they better to do some research ahead of time? Because I just wanted to make sure, because we've had some different things at the conservation, because I do sit on that board, and I've heard where they've had consultation prior to going to the next step. Thank you.
Anything further, Planner Spencer?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely, the individual is permitted to speak to the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority in advance in terms of a pre-consultation. There is a cost associated with that as well. In addition, if this was, as I said before, without the decision of council in terms of what process they need to go to, there may be a bit of repetition in terms of the pre-consultation and then the additional cost of consultation associated with the zoning amendment. Really has to be on the advice or consideration of the landowner in terms of how they want to proceed, but they are able to obtain pre-consultation. There may be a time constraint there for them. I'm not aware of that, but I'm happy to clarify further. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Planner Spencer, for the detailed report. And I appreciate your comments or the next steps for this property owner that they could consider. But I am concerned that two different topics have been muddled at council. The question to be answered is, do we declare surplus? The questions around zoning, I think, should be reserved for a public zoning meeting where neighbors would be contacted as well. So I think these are all really good questions, but this isn't the format right now to be considering or discussing zoning. That should wait for a zoning public meeting should it come. So I just want to create even more separation in this motion. I would have more comfort if the motion simply read that council received Planner Spencer's report, that council does not declare the land surplus to the needs, period. And then any next steps that the landowner takes regarding zoning would come to us in a public meeting. So through you, Mayor Robinson, to our clerk, would it be appropriate to make an amendment to the current recommendation that I would have more comfort in just including the first two phrases that were in the original recommendation? Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Clerk Sharpak, please.
To Mayor Robinson, thank you for that question, Councillor Hamilton. It's a good question, and you don't need to not declare anything surplus. You don't need to decide not to do something. So that wouldn't be appropriate to add in the resolution. So you can simply receive Planner Spencer's report. The resolution at hand that's been moved and seconded does not declare it surplus. So what the resolution says is we're not declaring it surplus, we're not selling it, but we do encourage the applicant to proceed through another process to get to where they need to be. And that planning process, the zoning bylaw, nothing about zoning is approved in this resolution. It's simply encouraging them to look at other options to get to their goal. And that would be through the zoning process, which means they apply. The application goes to Planner Spencer. She reviews it with them. The appropriate consultation is done. That will go to a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act. So there's no zoning decision in this resolution at all. It's simply offering another option. So you could just receive the report or you could leave it as it is. But it's basically a decision not to sell, encourage them to look at the Planning Act for another solution. That's
anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
May I just hear what the resolution says at this time, as moved by Councillor Townsend, please?
Yeah, and you can certainly make an amendment if you want, Councillor Hamilton, that council receives Planner Spencer's report and that council supports a zoning bylaw amendment application being brought forward for consideration to permit development on the subject lands, provided a non-service agreement is registered on title, and that development be subject to certain conditions, and that council directs staff to advise of the zoning process to the interested party.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. And so again, I do appreciate the planner troubleshooting and helping the property owner navigate next steps. I think that's really important. I appreciate that. But for clarity from council, I'd have more comfort in it just saying that council received Planner Spencer's report. So I will make an amendment to that effect. Thank you.
Clerk Sharpak, I'll wait for your amending motion to be read, and then I'd look for a seconder. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that the main motion be amended by removing the second, third, and fourth sentences to note that council received Planner Spencer's report only.
Councillor Hamilton, are you fine with the language?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor. Questions with regard to the motion? Councillor Herger.
I have a quick question. The second paragraph states that council does not declare the land surplus to the needs of the municipality. We've heard a great deal from the clerk. I'm curious, I think this is a question through you, Mayor, to the clerk, is that if council makes a conscious decision today, either surplus or not, then for the next period of time, this could not return to council either. So it's that we've talked about it here, and there may be a year in which this would not be brought up to council again. This is, you know, here it states it's not surplus. It's more than just we've received the report, we've made a conscious decision, and that decision could not be reviewed within the next year. So it wouldn't change. If we said it's not surplus and we're going to keep it, that decision wouldn't be touched by council for the next term, but like the next term of a year.
Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Through Mayor Robinson, I think we removed that we're not declaring it surplus because it said it's a decision not to do something. We only do positive, like decide to do something in a resolution. So it's not appropriate to say we're not doing it. But if you wanted to add something that I'm not sure how it could be reconsidered in the next minute or in the next 3 months.
Well, so
any resolution can be reconsidered.
a reconsideration,
Or-
and there's protocol around a reconsideration. But we wouldn't have a member of the public, if I'm so through you here, if we had a member of the public bring it back in the next 6 months because they didn't like our decision today, council wouldn't even be reviewing that for another year, right? We would have made a conscious, if paragraph 2 is left in, which I guess is what I'm going to be advocating for, is that we leave paragraph 2 in,
Put it back
council
in.
make a conscious decision, and then that decision is not deliberated for the next year.
Any decision of council can be deliberated again.
If the process for reconsideration.
Yes.
Right? But here we've talked about it enough. We did receive the planner's report, and we should make a conscious decision. I feel that council should make a conscious decision whether we are going to keep or we're going to head down the bylaw of surplus.
So
Clerk Sharbeck, please.
I'm not sure if that's quite necessary. If council makes a decision that this land is not declared surplus and shall not be declared surplus in 2022, the new term of council starts on November 15th. And they can reconsider that, or this council could reconsider that if a request came forward. But if a request to purchase the land came forward again, it would have to be significantly different to come before council. That council's decided not to declare that surplus. But if somebody wrote a letter and it's on the next council package, would you declare this surplus? I think that would be a very quick answer. No, we've already decided we want to keep that land. I'm not sure if CIO Johnson, do you have something to add to that? I'm not sure if we need to
Madam
add that in or if it would be of benefit to council to add it in.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you. I understand what Councillor Herget, I think I understand what you'd like captured in the decision and on our record. So the report is received and the council retains ownership of the lands or something like that. You know, like I know the clerk is correct in that we don't say we're not doing something. So the municipality retains ownership of this property. I don't know how long the zoning process would take if the applicant decides that they want to proceed with that. That could be a lengthy process anyway. And the clerk's right, next term of council, anything could be revisited. So at least the record would show that your intention is that you want to retain ownership of this parcel.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to ask a clarification of what the 2 paragraphs were, the first 2, because I believe it was to receive and also then to encourage them to go through the zoning process, right? Is that correct?
Through Mayor, Councillor Townsend, yes, that's correct. So the main motion as it's printed on your agenda has been changed by the mover before it was seconded. And it was changed to remove and we don't declare it surplus. So what's been removed is in the amendment is that council supports a zoning bylaw amendment process. That's the second sentence. The third one, the development be subject to certain conditions. And the fourth one, that council direct staff to advise of the zoning process to the interested party. So what's left is only that council receives Planner Spencer's report. That's the amendment on the floor right now.
And that is moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Is there anything further, Councillor Townsend? It's just received.
No, I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine, thank you, with the clarification.
Thank you. Anything further? Madam CAO then, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Another option, of course, is that because the request came to council to declare the land surplus, you could say that council denies the request for the surplus declaration. That's an action that would be captured in the minutes.
But we do have a motion on the floor,
Yeah.
but thank you for that information. Okay, so any other questions? Councillor Hergert?
I would like to amend the amended motion to include that council denies the request of the sale plan.
Clerk Shabik, if you could read that back, and I would look for a seconder.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hergert that the amending motion be amended by adding and that council hereby denies the request to declare the land surplus to the needs of the municipality.
Councillor Hergert, are you fine with the wording? Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Townsend, questions on the motion? Clerk Shabik, there are no questions, so if you could read the motion, and then I will call the amending motion, and then I will call the vote.
Sorry, did Deputy Mayor Hutchinson second that?
I had Councillor Townsend, but are you suggesting
Oh,
the
okay,
Deputy
sorry,
Mayor?
no. That the amending motion be amended by adding and that council hereby denies the request to declare the land surplus to the needs of the municipality.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried. Clerk Shabik, is there any additional motions to go through?
Yes, there's two.
Please go ahead with both.
So I'll just renumber these. Through you, Mayor Robinson, the next amending motion moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, that the main motion be amended by removing the second, third, and fourth sentences to note only that council receives Planner Spencer's report and that council hereby denies the request to declare the land surplus to the needs of the municipality.
Any questions, members of council? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried. Amending motion is carried. Clerk Shabik to the final amending motion, I believe.
Mayor Robinson, we're back to the main motion. And I'll just renumber these here, sorry. Moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hergert, that council receives Planner Spencer's report and that council hereby denies the request to declare the land surplus to the needs of the municipality.
Questions on the main? Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Planner Spencer. I am assuming that even though the paragraphs are not there to say that you'll have that discussion with the applicant, that they can in fact go through the zoning process, that conversation will still happen. Is that correct?
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I have had discussions with the request, the interested party. I have explained what my recommendation to council will be. They are aware of it, but I was waiting for the direction of council to proceed with further discussions, but they do understand the position that I've given the recommendation from.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. That would conclude all the motions pending for this particular item. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, yes.
Thank you. And I also want to note that for each of those items dealing with item 11.1.2, Councillor Hutchinson declared a conflict of interest. He did not vote on any of those items, and he was not present in the council chamber for the discussion, and he was not present during the votes. I'm wondering if somebody could please invite Councillor Hutchinson to come back into our council chambers, please. Thank you. Okay, we are now on 11.2, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, 11.2.1, Community Services Glen Alcohol Lease Follow-Up. I'm going to go over to Madam CAO for an update on this particular item, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to council. This item is no longer required. Edge Hill Country School has decided that they aren't able to proceed with the request.
Thank you. So this item, we will not go any further. That would be noted in the minutes. Just procedurally, Clerk Sharbrek, is there anything further we need to do on this particular item before I move on to the next?
Thank you, Mayor, no.
Thank you very much. 11.2.2, Community Services, our zone policy. Clerk Sharbrek, to the recommendation, please.
Mayor, the recommendation is that council receives the report, Community Services, our zone policy for information, and that council consider adoption of the policy during the bylaw portion of the meeting.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, will there be a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. At this time, I would ask, is there any update or anything that Planner Spencer, do you wish to provide information on? Madam CAO, is there anything to provide at this time?
Through Mayor Robinson, Mr. Hewlett is here to answer questions or provide a bit of background if council requires.
Wonderful. So we do have our Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer here. Members of council at this time, are there questions? I'm looking to the right, starting with Councillor Hutchinson.
Not so much a question, maybe a comment. I think it's unfortunate at this day and age that we have to put something like this in place, but I understand the reason behind it, that it makes it a clear steps in order to handle aggressive behavior or whatever. So I think it's important for staff to have that in place, but it is unfortunate that we seem to have this lack of respect for authority these days, which creates problems. So I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then over to Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Shea.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I too am very supportive of this kind of legislation. I'm sorry we have to go there, but we do. When we get to the bylaw, I do have a few comments and suggested changes at that point. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would this be the time to address anything with regard to the bylaw? I'm just looking procedurally.
Through Mayor Robinson, I guess if there are questions or concerns about the policy itself, this would be the time that Mr. Hewlett could clarify information for us. If it's the bylaw specifically, then we'll get to that in the bylaw portion of the meeting. The bylaw is simply adopting the policy, though.
Wonderful. So specific, are you dealing with the policy or is it questions with regard to the bylaw?
It's actually more housekeeping than anything else. So for example,
to
it
answer my
says,
question, is it the policy or is it the bylaw?
it'll be the bylaw.
Okay, then we'll
Yeah.
deal with it at the bylaw time.
Okay.
Thank you
That's what I
very
said.
much.
Thank you.
I'll also note that. Over to you, Councillor Shea.
I too have a question for the bylaw, which I'll save for later. But I wonder if staff could, Councillor Hutchinson made a comment that it's unfortunate this sort of thing has become necessary. Could we have some elaboration on why this sort of thing has become necessary?
Over to you, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer Hewlett, please.
There we go. Thank you. And through you, I may also refer to Madam CAO as well, just on this comment. However, basically as a recreation professional, I have worked under policies very similar to this for the past 10 years, and I'm very supportive of bringing a policy like this on board. Quite honestly, being in recreation and working with the public, often we deal with members of the public who may not be as welcoming as we would like in our facilities. So this policy just helps us to better manage individuals in the facility. And basically, long and the short of this policy is it basically comes down to a violence and harassment applicable to staff, volunteers, committee members, anybody who interacts basically with our facilities and staff.
Thank you very much for that. Madam CAO, to elaborate.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. And Councillor Shea, thank you for the question. I do appreciate that there is the perspective that it's unfortunate that we're at this point. However, I'd like to propose a different perspective, that what we're trying to achieve is a safe environment for anyone that enters our facilities. And it's very clear that we support that type of environment for patrons as well as staff. It's not a heavy-handed approach. It's rather subtle, but it is a very visible commitment to providing safe places for people to congregate and to play.
Anything further, Councillor?
So I'm concerned that people are experiencing harassment or inappropriate behavior, of course. Do you think us adopting this policy and the associated bylaw is going to change that behavior? This seems to be legislating attitudes. It's saying respect for yourself, respect for others, and responsibility for your actions. Can we legislate people to take responsibility for their actions? I'm not sure we can. So do you think this will actually change behaviors?
Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer Hewlett, please.
With this policy also comes a fairly large messaging and promotion campaign with regards to the policy and making it very public that we now have adopted this. I would hope with that campaign, it would help to change people's actions within our facilities. However, if it does not, it gives us more of a reactive approach to it.
Thank you. Further? All right. Anything else? I'm just looking to my left, members of council. Any questions? Looking to my right, yes, I'll go to Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Hamilton after that.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And I do support this entirely. And one of the reasons is I think this just falls right in line with what we've been doing in all our minor sports, because we have code of conduct, and it just echoes the policies and procedures that we have in place. And I will certainly support this. So thank you very much for bringing the report forward.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I support this and appreciate bringing forward, and I see it too as a framework for how to respond and how to respond in a way that's fair to everyone and predictable and equitable. So appreciate that. I just have a question from a library perspective. How does this impact our libraries, or does it, or is it something perhaps the library might want to adopt, or just what that conversation's been? Thank you.
Absolutely, and through you, in drafting of this report, the CEO of the library, Madam Kim Storts, was consulted on this policy and is aware of it. I believe after this policy is adopted by council through the bylaw process, if you so choose, I believe Ms. Kim Storts will be bringing it to the library board for their adoption as well. So it'll basically span all of our West Grey facilities.
Thank you. Anything further?
Oh, that's great to hear. And I did see that consultation. I was just curious about that. And I was also just reflecting on Elmwood Board too. It'd be just another document to bring for their consideration as well. So thanks for all the great work you're doing. Thank you.
Great pathway forward. Councillor Hergert.
I do share some of the concerns that Councillor Shea had brought up. The subjectivity of what is harassment, the idea, we do have a plan. I read the policy, and it does have a letter, a first offense, a second offense. To the point Councillor Hamilton was just making about, does this extend to all Westgrave facilities? Any bit of our ownership in any item, would they have to do a special resolution at the library board, or it's actually a council-owned building, right? So how does that work? Would they have to adopt the same policy at each individual? Would it go all the way over to the airport and be extended, because that's a portion of Westgrave facilities?
Initiatives Officer Hewlett, please.
Thank you. Through you, I will defer to Madam Clerk on this question.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mayor, the policy would be for Westgrave owned facilities. So we don't own all of the Saugeen Municipal Airport. It would be, and the library board and the library staff would be instrumental in implementing the policy there. So generally, when we adopt policies here, they are for all municipal facilities, and that would include the library. So this is something that we would share with the chief librarian, and she would bring it to her board and share that, hey, this is what we have in place now. And if her staff requires any information about it or wants to sit in on a team meeting about just how we do implement it, that would certainly be open. But we can share it with the airport commission, the same as we could share it with the SMART board, that, hey, here's some positive language to keep people on a positive path if we can. But that would be about it, and something that perhaps our neighbors would like to learn about and adopt as well if they don't have something similar in place.
Anything further?
Wood Fire, Elmwood Community Center, all of those other ancillary locations that we as Westgrave put money towards. I'm curious how this is different than, we already have an anti-harassment and anti-discrimination policy. What would be the differences there, please?
Initiatives Officer Hewlett, please.
Through you, basically it is just a further extension of those policies and creates consistency, messaging, branding, and quite honestly, majority of the municipalities within Grey County already adopt our zone or very similar policies. So we'll just create consistency across. And with reference to your previous question with regards to the Airport Commission, at this point, I believe we are the only municipality part of that commission to not have our zone in place currently.
Thank you. All right, anything further?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Who will be enforcing this this policy? I imagine if it's at an arena during an event, I imagine our managers would be on that. Who would be enforcing that here in the office or at another location?
Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, please.
Through you, thank you for the question. Basically, the enforcement of the policy will be a combination of supervisors, managers, department heads, as well as Westgrave Police as required.
Mm-hmm. So that is where my last question lands. We have a criminal code that I will not speak to, but that may absolutely cover off this item already. And I think back to Councillor Shea's his point about the subjectivity, you're going to legislate morality. It seems too far. It seems that there's no room for any freedom of expression. I can imagine that that ends right at the moment that it's overstepping somebody else's, willingness to hear it. But I think that this is a little too far. I can't support it. I most certainly support staff. I know that this has been a difficult, rough coming out of COVID. I think that there are criminal code matters that could deal with these items. I do understand that it's laying out a policy for first offense, the notification bit, but legislating morality is a very slippery slope.
Thank you. Any further questions? I'm looking to my left. Now I'm looking to my right. All right, Clerk Sharbutt, could you please just read the motion back, and I will call the vote.
Through Mayor Robinson, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that council receives report community services R-zone policy for information, and the council consider adoption of the policy during the bylaw portion of the meeting.
All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. All those opposed? 6 members of council voted in favor of this motion. 1 member of council voted against the motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to item 11.2.3, community services, support for Durham homecoming. There is a recommendation. There will be a consideration for council with regard to a dollar amount, perhaps. But Clerk Scharbeck, would you read the motion at hand, please?
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council receives report community services, support for Durham homecoming for information, and that council assist with the cost of the Durham homecoming 2022 insurance premium through a grant of an amount we'll wait for a council member to put in there, and that council provide direction regarding the attached requests from Durham Homecoming Committee, which are outside the terms of the Memorandum of Understanding.
Is there a mover for the motion, recognizing there would be a consideration for a dollar amount, perhaps? Deputy Mayor, and could you at this time identify the dollar amount? Deputy Mayor, do we have a dollar amount in the request for consideration for the Deputy Mayor in the motion? Over to you, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer.
Thank you, and through you. I was hopeful that we were going to have a response from our insurance carrier based on the amount that would be required to cover the insurance for the homecoming as outlined in the MOU. However, we have not received, we're still working through the final details through the insurance carrier, so we have not received a final amount. However, from my experience and in brief conversations with our insurance carrier, the ballpark for the insurance would probably be in around $5,000. So up to the consideration of council. I don't know if you would like to change the motion or recommendation to say support the homecoming 2022 insurance premium in the amount up to $5,000, but I will leave that in the hands of council.
Thank you for your response. Over to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. That was my question, because I find this really hard to move or even support without, because that is a really unknown, and it's a pretty big spread. So I don't think I could support it right now because I don't know the unknown, and I'd rather have an actual number. Yes, we're running out of time, obviously, with the homecoming. So I don't know how we're going to arrive, but I just going to need a minute here to think about it. So I'll withdraw my motion to support it at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take you off the mover. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea. Do you have a motion, Councillor Shea?
Yes, I'll move the same motion with the caveat that Mr. Hewlett provided insurance up to $5,000.
Thank you. And we'll wait for a moment for Clerk Scharbeck to put the language together and confirm it, and then I'll look for a seconder. One moment, please.
Thank you. Through Mayor, moved by Councillor Shea, that council receives report, community services support for Durham homecoming for information, and the council assist with the cost of Durham homecoming 2022 insurance premium through a grant of up to $5,000. And I'm wondering with the last one, if you wanted to deal with that in separate motions for a decision on each attachment, and just remove that last sentence from this motion and provide direction specifically to each request attached. It's up to you, Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea. Scharbeck, please.
Through Mayor Robinson, this recommendation includes that final statement that council provide direction regarding the attached requests from Durham Homecoming Committee, which are outside the terms of the Memorandum of Understanding. I'm wondering if you want to provide direction for each request in this motion, or just remove that last sentence and deal with it after you deal with the grant amount in a separate motion.
Counselor, to assist, you'll see on page 45, there are a number of requests that the Homecoming Committee is asking council for consideration. Or are you just wanting to deal with the motion up to like the 2 paragraphs dealing with the homecoming for the insurance amount? And then if that's where you're at, I'll look for a seconder. And then following the vote, then we can look at these other considerations. Or are you looking to build into your motion these requests in some capacity?
I had intended to lump everything together because I think the others are sort of not terribly contentious. And I don't think we want to spend the time having 8 motions for the 8 items.
Thank you very much for your clarification. Then over to you, Clerk Sharback.
Should the council assist with the cost of Durham Homecoming 2022 insurance premium through a grant of up to $5,000? And the council, would you say approve? Approves the attached request. Say here, sorry. Hereby approves the attached request from the Durham Homecoming Committee, which are outside the terms of the Memorandum of Understanding. Does that suit Councillor Shea?
Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have the language. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert? And questions with regard to the motion. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a member of Homecoming, I can probably spread some light on it, but I have a question for the appropriate person, so I'll make it through you to the CAO. And that has, there's a reference that the recommendation is the funding comes from the Grants to Organization Fund. Is there $5,000 available in there? And if not, then we might need an amendment to change that or direct another source.
I'm wondering if we have our Director of Finance and Treasurer online, and Director Mighton, would you be able to respond to this inquiry?
Thank you. Through Madam Mayor, there's $1,500 left in the Grants Organization Fund for this year.
Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Can I clarify, was that 1,600?
We'll have clarification of the amount, Director.
1,500.
1,500. Okay, so but my then request, is there another source to make the 5,000, or are we going to look at an over budget situation?
Director Mighton?
Unless council wants to identify another source, it would result in over funded or overspent on the grants organizations.
Okay, so is there a recommendation staff can make as to where that could come from? We don't have access to that detail to be able to determine where it would come from without going over. I mean,
Director Mighton, do you have a suggestion with regard to where the where we could allocate this request for the up to $5,000?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. No, we did try to look at a couple different departments, but we weren't. They were going to be. We anticipate them to be fully expensed, so it would put pressure on other departments. So we're just looking for council direction on that.
Back to you, Councillor Townsend.
thank you. Follow up is general reserve. Is there an opportunity there?
Should council direct us to? Sure.
So the motion is not specific as to where it comes from. So as long as the funding's there, I would support that. The only other comment I had is on the food truck request. It says food trucks are currently permitted to operate in West Gray to be, and I think it should say exempt from municipal fees to participate directly with Durham Homecoming. I think that was meant to be additional fees. The intent was they have already paid a fee to operate in Durham, and it may be a single location, it may be broad, I don't know, might depend on the truck. But I think we were looking for no additional charges if they've already registered and are in fact operating in West Gray. So that's the premise under what it should be. And so we're not saying if they're not registered, you're not going to bill them. We're saying that they wouldn't pay again. Is that satisfactory to staff? Does staff have a comment? Thank you.
Yes, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, could you respond, please?
Yes, through you, that is correct, and that was the intention. Basically, to summarize, any food trucks that are currently operational and are permitted within West Grey would not be subject to additional fees. Any food trucks that are, I'll say, new to West Grey, specific for the event, would be subject to the one-time permitting fee or whichever permit they choose.
Super. Thank you very much. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Through you, may I ask staff, there's a request from Homecoming that they pay a flat rate of $3,000 for all municipal rentals and services. And so do we know at what rate we would be subsidizing their rentals? And would that also be putting pressure on our community grants organization? Thank you.
Initiatives Officer Hewlett, please.
Through you, the request for the payment of $3,000 in rental from the Durham Homecoming Committee is quite common of what we see with previous events. So it's succinct to what we have done in the past. For the subsidized rate, it's a little bit hard to calculate as it is such a large event. So there's lots of moving parts, but a rough calculation, if we were to not subsidize the event, the rental rate would be approximately $6,800.
Councillor.
So we would be subsidizing at about half.
Thank you for that clarity. And so through you, Mayor Robinson, to our Director of Finance, is that shown on the books? For example, is that subsidization then also coming out of community grants to organization, which is only at a $1,500 amount at this time? Thank you.
Director Mighton, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we typically wouldn't have shown that as a separate subsidization.
I'm glad I asked. That's very helpful. Thank you. And so regarding the motion on the floor, which is to provide paying insurance up to $5,000, just looking back at the MOU, the MOU doesn't say council will pay the insurance. It says that council will, it says provide a community grant to assist with the cost of the insurance premium in an amount approved by council. I would have more comfort in staying within our budget and providing a subsidization to the insurance, but not putting ourselves in a place of having to cover the whole amount. And so I would move an amendment to the motion on the floor that council provides $1,000 towards insurance. Thank you.
Clerk Sharbuck, if you could prepare that amending motion and then at convenient time read that back, and then I will look for a seconder.
Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that the main motion be amended by changing the community grant amount from up to $5,000 to $1,000.
Councillor Hamilton, is the language okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this amending motion? There's no seconder. Councillor Hamilton?
Oh, thank you very much. And then my other question regarding the food trucks, just for clarity. So is there any action that council needs to make regarding food trucks, or is there just an understanding of how it's to move forward? Thank you.
Initiatives Officer Hewlett, please.
Thank you. Through you, I would defer, to Madam Clerk on this question.
Very good. Clerk Sharbuck.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I think the attached request that the main motion approves, all of these, I think it's pretty clear that the food trucks who are currently permitted can carry on without new costs. So I think for staff purposes, it's clear enough as it is that if somebody is not currently permitted, then they need to get a permit and to be part of the game.
Thank you.
Perfect. That's helpful. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, so I would be supportive of it. I'll make a motion if that's the case, that of accepting the recommendations. I think the insurance cost, I would like to see us cover the cost up to $5,000. This is a huge event and it takes a lot of time and organization. And the money, any monies that is usually raised and left over after the event's over, goes back into the community anyway. So I think it's only good on our behalf to support this group. I remember the last homecoming, they put a lot of money into resurfacing the tennis courts. So a lot of the funds comes back to the community. So whether we, if we don't support it, then they're just going to have more costs at the end, and there's going to be less money to go back in the community. So either way, it's gonna work out the same. So I would say I would be supportive of supporting up to $5,000 and along with the other recommendations. I'll make a motion if that's necessary.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for that, and thank you for your statement there. We do have a mover and a seconder at this time. Thank you. Is there anything further, members of council? Councillor Shea.
Thank you. The request does not talk about modifying the food truck bylaw, but the report does talk about modifying the food truck bylaw, but there is no bylaw amendment motion before us. So is this going to modify the food truck bylaw? I would rather it didn't. Yeah, okay, good.
Clerk Sharbeck, just for clarity, please.
To Mayor Robinson, to amend the bylaw, we would need a bylaw. So I think this motion provides direction to staff that we can move forward with this specific change without amending the bylaw forevermore. And it allows staff the authority to go forward with these things that haven't been captured in the bylaw or the memorandum of understanding. So the resolution provides the authority to staff they need, but it will not permanently make any changes to the bylaw. Does that help?
Thank you. Anything further?
Thank you.
Anything further, members of council? Councillor Herger.
I just have one quick question or just for staff related to the use of the roller skates from Newstat. Best I know, those just haven't been used in a couple of years. So a little WD-40 or whatever it needs, just so everything's up to date, please and thank you.
Yeah, we'll recognize that through operations. Is there anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one more question to our Director of Finance, and that was, should the motion include a direction of it should come from general fund, general reserve fund, or is it satisfactory that it's had the discussion? Thank you.
Director Maitin.
If you want to pull it from the reserve, then we need that added to the motion. Otherwise, there's no direction to actually pull that, and it will just remain as an overspent line item.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Townsend.
Follow up, please, to the clerk, Madam Clerk. Can you make some wording appropriate to cover that in the motion? And is an amendment required? But as a mover, can I just request a change?
You're not the mover, just for clarification. Councillor Townsend, that is, the mover is Councillor Shea, seconder Councillor Hergert, but I'm going over to Clerk Sharbeck just to respond to your inquiry.
Thank you.
I would say that it's providing clarity, not changing the motion. And I'm wondering if with mover Councillor Shea and seconder Councillor Hergert, are you okay with that, providing the clarity that 1,500 be funded by the community from community grants and 3,500 from general reserves? Is that what we said? Does that work? Okay.
Councillor Shea is the mover. Thank you. Councillor Hergert is the seconder. Thank you. Is there anything further, Councillor Townsend? Okay. Members of council, overall, any questions? Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to Director of Finance. I just wondered what the reserves would be in our EDAC, because I do see this kind of as it is an economic development kind of, in my opinion, because it's a big function. So I just wonder if that's something we could look at instead of the general. Thank you.
Director Maitin, please.
Just give me a minute to pull up the balance in the economic development funds, because they have been using that to help supplement the community improvement plan program. So just give me a second.
Yes, we'll take the moment. Thank you.
There should be a balance in economic development, about just over $325,000, I believe, if we fully expend the CIP program this year.
Thank you for that. Anything further, Deputy Mayor?
No, I just wanted to bring that to everyone's awareness because I do think there's some funding there, and I do think it is an EDAC related function, and that's what I look at. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? Clerk Sharbutt, could you please read the motion at hand, and then I'll call the vote.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Councillor Townsend. Sorry, Councillor Hergert. Pardon me. That council receives the community services support. Receives report Community Services Support for Durham Homecoming for information, and that council assist with the cost of Durham Homecoming 2022 insurance premium through a grant of up to $5,000, with $1,500 to be funded from the community grants and $3,500 to be funded from general reserves, and that council hereby approves the attached requests from Durham Homecoming Committee, which are outside the terms of the Memorandum of Understanding.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All those opposed? 6 members of council voted in favor of the motion. 1 member of council voted against. The motion is carried. Members of council, just before a break, I'm just wondering if we can deal with item 12, questions, and then we'll call for a break. Item 12, questions. In accordance with the West Grade procedural bylaw, members may request clarification or updates on previous agenda items. Any questions? Seeing none, I'm wondering if now, before we go into item 13, if we could take a break, and let me just look at my clock. We will have a break up until 5:02, and then we'll just have the 15 minutes. So we'll be back at 5 to 11, and then we'll continue on with item 13. And welcome to our meeting. Very much. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you sharp at in 15 minutes. We've got a quorum here, so I think we'll begin at this time. So just let me know when we're able to begin. Good to go. Okay, I'm calling this meeting back to order. Thank you very much. And I'm sure one and all enjoyed the break. We are on item 13, bylaws. Item 13.1, bylaw 51-2022, authorized bag tag vendor distribution agreement. Clerk Charbeck, please to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 51-2022, being a bylaw to provide a policy, I'm reading the wrong resolution. Being a bylaw to provide a policy for the distribution and sale of West Grade garbage bag tags, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, and a seconder, I'll take Deputy Mayor. Is there any questions with regard to the motion at hand? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion carried. Item 13.2, bylaw 55-2022, tax rates for 2022. Clerk Charbeck, please to the recommendation.
Through you, the recommendation is that bylaw 55-2022, being a bylaw to provide for the adoption of the estimates of all sums required during the year to strike the tax rates and to provide for penalty and interest in default of payment thereof for the year of 2022, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, is there a seconder? Councillor Hergert, questions on the motion at hand? Councillor Townsend.
Not a question, just an observation. In point 3C, just below that is a statement of what the total of the levy is, and it says 2021. I think it should say 2022. When I add up the three components, it is actually the total for 2022.
I'll just defer over to the clerk for that clarification, please.
Through Mayor, we can fix any small typos such as that before signing.
Thank you. We have a mover and seconder for this motion. Is there any other questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. The motion is carried. We are now on to bylaw 13.3, bylaw 56-2022, our zone policy. Clerk Charbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 56-2022, being a bylaw to authorize a policy to prohibit vandalism, violence, or indecency, including viewing, producing, or exhibiting lewd, illegal, or offensive materials on municipal properties or in municipal facilities, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Questions on the motion? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. I just have two questions or comments. Under the consequence or no consequence, compliance. So consequences or non-compliance. Point 2, it's appeal process. Point 1 has second last sentence begins, a fee of 200 must accompany all appeals and will be refunded if the appeal is overturned. I think that should be decision is overturned.
Okay, just so that we're very clear on the section, it's the consequences of non-compliance.
Sorry, it's appeal process. I didn't see the title was folded over.
Okay, appeal process, and the paragraph then?
It's the second sentence begins, a $200 fee must accompany all appeals and will be refunded if the appeal is overturned. And I think it's actually the decision is overturned.
Clerk Charbeck, would that be a question for you? And I'm just repeating it only because I didn't have the mic on. Thank you very much.
I'm just getting to that bylaw portion there. I would say that if we said if the decision
Is overturned.
is
I think is what it should have
overturned,
been.
I think,
Because the next sentence goes on, if the original decision remains in effect. So it's.
then, sorry, through you, Mayor Robinson, Councillor Townsend, I think if we use the original decision, either overturned or it stays in effect, if we use the exact same wording, that would be clear. Does that
Yes.
help?
Yes,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
that's a small amendment we can do for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything further?
One other comment
Okay.
on action to be taken in point B. It talks about by the manager or supervisor. And to me, it seemed like it was going to be more like the most senior department head. And I think Madam CAO, when she responded to a discussion on the R zone, you referred to it could be a manager, supervisor, director, whatever. And so just a comment that it might be easier to say, the most senior department head or whatever it is that would be the right wording. But to me, it's not just manager or supervisor. It could be other positions. So I just wanted to point that out. Those are the only two comments I had.
Is there a need to make any change to that, or is it clear for staff in this function? Madam CAO.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Yep, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for that that point, Councillor Townsend. I would be open to just clarifying, the last sentence that it's determined by the manager or supervisor. We could perhaps even just add in consultation with the department head. And I think that covers the fact that it could be escalated.
Thank you. That was all my comments.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, those appear to be very minor in nature. Is there any need to make any other change to the motion at hand with regard to the motion at hand?
I think, sorry, let me just go back. We add as amended on it. And then it's very clear that we've tidied up and the signed version will be just slightly different. But it is minor amendments. There's no reason to bring it back another day.
Thank you for that. So Deputy Mayor, as the mover, as amended to the motion, you're fine with, and Councillor Hutchinson as the seconder, adding on as amended at the end. Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions or clarifications? And does anyone need the motion read again? Councillor Hergert.
I'm just curious, a question through you, Mayor, to CAO. How do we currently address workplace safety, violence in the workplace? How do we currently manage that?
Madam CAO, please.
Through Mayor Robinson, Councillor Herger, we follow a very similar process that the employee has access to a supervisor or to the CEO directly to report those incidents. We do have a personnel policy that speaks to that. This is a little bit further reaching though, so that the rest of the world knows that we don't tolerate inappropriate behavior either.
Is there already legislation in Ontario that would protect our employees from, and we have a policy for this already, right?
Madam CAO, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, yes, that's correct. There is other legislation. This program though is really intended to, it's the golden rule, right? And we're just committing to that philosophy.
I'll just conclude with saying that I do appreciate staff and all the effort that they've gone through and that they continue to go through. Appreciate it.
Any other questions with regard to the motion at hand? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All those opposed? Four members of council voted in favor of the motion. Five members of council voted in favor of the motion. Two members of council voted against. So the motion is carried. Thank you very much on that one. So now we're dealing with 13.4, Bylaw 57-2022, confirming the proceedings of council. Clerk Scharbeck to the motion, please.
Your Mayor, the recommendation is that Bylaw 57-2022, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton. Questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried. 13.5, Bylaw 58-2022, Site Plan Control, Morick. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that Bylaw 58-2022, being a bylaw to authorize a site plan control agreement, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for the motion? Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Questions with regard to this motion? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. The bylaw refers to a Schedule A for Morick, but I could not find a Schedule A in our package for Morick.
Clerk Sharbeck, please to the clarity of the scheduling and the posting of it, please.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for that, Councillor Townsend. The Schedule A to this bylaw and some of the mapping, the official plan and zoning mapping for the second planner's report were not published with when the addendum was published, but it has been corrected on the website and it is posted now. I believe I don't have a printed copy of the site plan, but we could share it on screen if you'd like to go through it and take a moment to go through it now. Just give us. Exactly.
If we could have that on screen, that would be great. Thanks.
Oh, okay, just give us one moment to sort that out. Thanks. Through you, Mayor Robinson. This site plan agreement is one of the conditions of their consent to sever land was that we provide site plan control on the lands. So that's the reasoning behind why it's here before council today.
Thank you very much. Anything further, Councillor?
Madam Mayor, if I can.
Yes, Councillor Townsend.
Section K, I think it's the very last full line where it says responsible for correcting, and I think it should say any damage and paying all maintenance costs. And that's throughout all of them. Right, not like it's a template.
Going to defer over to the clerk for that.
So that's just a future, it's not germane to whether you accept it or not, but just notice, huh? So, thank you.
Okay. Anything further, members of council? So the motion has been duly moved and seconded. I'm not seeing any other questions on this item. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion carried. We're now dealing with 13.6, and that is bylaw 59-2022, site plan control, Ballman. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 59-2022, being a bylaw to authorize a site plan control agreement, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Questions with regard to the motion? Councillor Shea.
It pertains to this motion, but it's also a general question about site plan control. Under what circumstances are applicants required to provide a deposit? I know some have that and some don't.
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, the request for a deposit, it's when specific to new development. In this particular circumstance, it is required because it is a commercial type operation in an area. So there's requirements for landscaping to screen their storage areas from adjacent properties. That is the reason for this particular application. In some cases, if there is a requirement in a general term for paving or things of that nature, deposits would be required for that purpose to ensure that they are installed, and if not installed by the landowner, that the municipality would be able to do so on their behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? I'm looking to the left. I'm looking to my right. Okay, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. The motion is carried. Item 13.7, bylaw 60-2022, site plan control, McKinnon. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 60-2022, being a bylaw to authorize a site plan control agreement, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Shea. Is there a seconder for the motion? Deputy Mayor. Questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. The motion is carried. 13.8, bylaw 61-2022, site plan control 1993934, Ontario Inc. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 61-2022, being a bylaw to authorize site plan control agreement, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Questions? Councillor Townsend, and then it looks like Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Planner Spencer, under section 1.0, covenants by the owner G, it talks about agree that individual on-site sewer systems will be provided. Do we know how many there will be? That may have come up earlier in the process, but it wasn't mentioned here, so I thought I would ask.
Clerk Sharbuck. Pardon me, Planner Spencer.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. There are 12 sites in total, and that is the number of sites that are permitted, and that is based on the ability for them to encapsulate that servicing component without getting into more stringent provincial approvals for the servicing system for the property.
Anything further?
One more comment,
Go ahead.
a question. I asked that question because in section it talks about refuse and recycling collection. And in some of the other bylaws, it says that if you exceed, you have to go to landfill, et cetera. And the number 12 may require that. I didn't know why it wasn't there. But that requirement was in previous bylaws, because if they exceed the maximum amount that will be picked up, then they have to go to the landfill, right? Should that be there? I guess is a question.
Planner Spencer?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. A different scenario in this circumstance, as this is not a commercial property. So there are different components to that. If there are bag tags that are in place on the bags, they can be picked up without private services. Further clarification could be provided through Public Works if that's a concern of council at this time, and I'll defer to our interim director on that point.
Do you need further clarification, or are you
No
fine with the
concern. I'm
statement?
happy with the answer. Thank you.
I thought so. Thank you very much. Anything further? I'm looking. Oh, Councillor Shea, I'm just indicating you're fine. Nothing further on the left-hand side. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, so I'm sort of catching up to speed on this one. I tend to miss it on my agenda, but so I'm sort of curious, a little history on this. I see in here it talks about passed a bylaw 37-2006. So this permission to create this modular home park was given back in 2006. Is that correct?
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The permission was actually given prior to the passage of the current comprehensive zoning bylaw 37-2006. There is a holding provision on the property, and a reason for the holding provision was to enter into a site plan agreement so we could demonstrate that services could be provided to each individual modular home on the site. And so this is part of the process that's been carried forward prior to 37-2006, and it was a site-specific bylaw that allows the first phase of the modular home park to operate at that point in time, but they did not want to give permissions for the full phase 1 and 2 to continue until there was some work done to verify that the services could adequately be provided for the second phase.
Right. So I think it's great that it's an opportunity we talk about affordable, attainable housing. This is maybe an opportunity to provide more. I'm sort of a visual guy, and I'm disappointed I don't have a map, or I'm not even sure where this is. I'm going to maybe refer to the owner who might be here. Side Road 30, my understanding, I think, would be that this is north of their trailer park or modular park that's already on Side Road 30, north of the Durham Road. Is that correct?
I'm going to go through our planner for
Yeah,
this. So
sure.
I wonder if you could,
I'm just wondering about any diagrams or anything that we could look at. Any
Planner Spencer, I wonder if you could describe it, and if there is, I defer to the clerk if there's any map or diagram on this.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. It is Side Road 30 and County Road 4. And yes, that is correct that it's north of the existing modular home park. If you give me a moment, I can provide a copy of the drawings that were provided as part of the submission that were staff reviewed.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you very much. One moment, please, everyone.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Planner Spencer, if you could just point me to which page you would like to display on screen.
Planner Spencer, could you indicate the page number for the map schematic?
Certainly. If you go to the next slide of the document, Cody, that should provide that for you. That gives you the overall site plan layout.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, so basically, I'm just inquiring. I'm not against this development. I think it's great, but I'd just like to get some more information. So personally, I know what's going on here. So my question is, because this is a modular home, are there any stipulations on size of home that goes on there based on the plan?
Planner Spencer, please.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, that's based on the current zoning for a modular home park within the comprehensive zoning bylaw 37/2006.
So square footage per home is?
Planner Spencer, would you have that information?
I will in one moment. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just one second, please.
Very good. Thank you.
So if I may, Madam Mayor, so this, there are several regulations under section 16 under 37/2006. So there are minimum setbacks and the requirement for services. There's a requirement for site frontage of 12 meters, site area of a minimum 372 square meters, and a floor area minimum for the mobile home site of 592 square feet, 55 square meters. That's from the overall zoning for both phase 1 and phase 2 of this modular home site.
Okay, so are we looking at phase 1, or are we looking at both phases here? I'm not sure. You talk about phase 1, phase 2.
If I may, through you, Madam Mayor, this is phase 2. Phase 1 is built out.
Okay, so this is north of the trailer home now that's there now. Okay, so it's right close to it. Okay, that's good. That helps clarify quite a few things. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members Council, anything further? Seeing none, we have the bylaw moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to item 14, which is new business. There's nothing on this particular agenda. Item 15 is announcements. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, comments are not debatable, nor shall they introduce new business. Comments shall be limited to 5 minutes per member. Members of council, is there anything under the announcement section? Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I recently attended the AMO Waste Reduction Task Force meeting. A province-wide review of the Blue Box program is primarily what we're doing 3 or 4 times a year. And the latest update was that newspaper producers in the new final regulations will be exempt from participating in the program. That doesn't mean that newspapers will be exempt, but the cost for collecting newspapers will have to be borne by other paper producers than the newspaper publishers themselves. And also, it's been noted a couple of times that some areas that may currently be getting Blue Box service will likely not be getting Blue Box service after the transition, which we're going to do in a couple of years. That includes businesses in the BIA areas and municipal facilities such as arenas and this office. So we won't be getting Blue Box service there unless we contract that with a separate provider. Apparently, the major companies that are going to be handling this are indicating that they're not interested in taking on those responsibilities. So that'll be left to us. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council, with regard to this item? Councillor Townsend.
Yes, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank council for supporting the homecoming initiative. It's been going on for about 30 months of effort, and with COVID, et cetera, it became extremely difficult. Monies became less available for events like that, but they did for COVID. But despite that, I think the project team and the committee has done really, really well. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And again, remind you to get your tickets by June 13th online or at the movies because we need to know the numbers for meals, particularly. The food is coming in, but I think you'll really enjoy it. Hope you all attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? I'm looking to the left of me. Over to the right. Is there anything at this time? So I will say that the Durham Herb Fair is coming up. This is hosted by the Durham District Horticultural Society. It'll be at Riverside Park Saturday, June 11th from 9 until 3 p.m. Looking forward to that particular event. That's the announcement that I have to make at this time. Just double check team members of council. Thank you. Now we are going to move now into item 16, which is the closed session. Clerk Shavak to the recommendation, please.
Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session at 11:27 a.m. with the CAO, Director of Finance Treasurer, and Director of Legislation Clerk for the purpose of receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Questions with regard to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. We will now go into a closed session. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are on item 17 at this time, report from closed session. So I would like to report that in closed session, council addressed matters pertaining to receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. So now is there a motion at this time? Councillor Shea.
I move we go beyond curfew by half an hour to 1:30 if necessary.
Thank you very much. And I'll look to the clerk for the language of that, and then I'll look for a second.
Moved by Councillor Shea, that council hereby approves meeting past curfew to 1:30 p.m. if necessary to address matters on the agenda.
You fine with that language, Councillor? Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. The motion is carried. Okay, now we will have a motion to go into closed session. Clerk Schabak to the motion, please.
Through Mayor Robinson, that the Council of the Municipality of Westgrade is now going to a closed session at 12:36 p.m. with the CAO, Director of Finance Treasurer, and Director of Legislation Clerk for the purpose of receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Herker. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Questions? See none. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. We will now go back into closed session. Thank you. Thank you very much. On item 17, report from closed session. I would like to report that in closed session, council addressed matters pertaining to receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Direction was given to staff. At this time, item 18, adjournment. Clerk Sharback to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 1:18 p.m. to meet again on June 21st, 2022, or at the call of the chair.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Thank you very much.